All right. Happy Wednesday, everybody. And as always, if you're on the VOD or on YouTube, wonderful to have you here. Alrighty. So, let's get into client, get warmed up, finish waking up, and get to work. Man, that's a good song. too bad. Onwards and upwards. Excellent. I'm a little surprised that we're a little earlier than later, though. Huh. We'll keep an eye on it. I mean, we are still waking up, literally, so we'll get there. For now, though, as long as we're dialed in enough for triples, at least on fives anyways, that's a good sign. Whew. Such a good song, too. It's not quite big beat, not quite industrial, it's on the lighter side, just nice and clean. Oh, hey! Single-digit non-grades, we'll take that. Especially for just waking up, hot damn. Let's do one more and then we'll move up to sixes. Also looks like we might have a couple folks starting to tune in. You know, we did just go live, so again, wonderful to have you here. As always, whether you're saying hi in chat or just lurking and vibing. And if you are new to the stream, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is helping folks either get more into these games or get more involved with the music game community. hoping we could fix that FC. And hey, Lambo! Wonderful to see you! Yeah, it's going pretty well. Hope you're able to say the same, and hope Moonbow Narrow's doing equally well. Nice. There's the early late we're hoping for. Good, good, good. Doing fantastic. Love to hear it. Bad. It's still a little early, which is a bit odd, but we'll get it figured out. Let's look over to round one yesterday. Nice! Try to turn whether it's decent from my phone recording it. I mean, it's going to be rough no matter what, because you're going to have a lot more like ambient noise than you'd probably expect, among other things. Like, getting decent phone recordings in arcades is always tricky. Hope you had a good session, though. IIDX Coaster DDR. Nice. And hey, Trooper! Wonderful to see you! Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Appreciate you making me a part of it. excellent. Little disappointed, I guess we could say, about missing the triple, but we got the FC fixed. Nice, nice, nice. Such a good song, too. I think we've got a little more jump style adjacent stuff from LED. Whew. Not bad. Yeah, I've heard that song on the, is kind of a nightmare on another. You know, unsurprisingly, but still. I don't know, what is the clock in at? 'Cause that chatter was, regarding the SPA. $11.6, okay. Right. Yeah, let's do something super upbeat because I really want to try and dial in a little bit more. Such a good send up, too. Honestly, wouldn't have guessed that that was Ryu Star initially, though. Oh, not bad. They're still a little slipping and sliding for timing, but we'll get there. Well, for now, though, just about half past the hour. So, about 30 minutes before we take our first drops break. And again, appreciate you folks being here. Hope everyone's having a good middle of the week. Such a good collab. Trying to remember, what did that get revived in? Because I always think of that as Trooper CS. That was... Spada? Yeah, Spada. Ah, that combo breaks early enough to one more once. I forgot that chart did that. Having some of those chords being on the end of the charge notes. I'm trying to remember where else I've seen that, if anywhere, to be honest. Nothing's immediately coming to mind. Huh. I'm pretty sure I've FC'd that previously. I'll get it back eventually. Barely let that triple slip. That's alright though. Song's super cute, but yeah, some of those chords are really tricky. I mean, it is a DPA, appropriately so. Whew. song. Really glad that we got that as a preview years ago. That was part of the KAC pack, I think? It was like song pack 1 or 2. Let's see. No, song pack 4. Right. Ooh. Good request, Lambo. I forget the exact name of this. I just remember the genre from Poppin' of Zen Jazz. Let's see, that was Copula. Right. And before we kick this off, quick reminder, just about 15 minutes before the hour. So we've got roughly that before we take our first stretch break. And again, thank you all for being here. It's been a relatively quiet first hour of the stream. It doesn't change the fact that you folks are here, though. You know, whether you're in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you're with me on the VOD or on YouTube. Again, thank you so much for making me a part of your day, folks. Really do appreciate it. Stop water. Now I'm actually wondering, what is that title? Out of curiosity. Yeah, Ryuki's not really mentioning. Huh. Which is odd. Much obliged for the request. Yeah, now I'm curious about that. I'm gonna have to look into that. Right. fun song. Little further from PB than I'd like, but it's alright. Still only the first hour. And hey, Ashley! Wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good middle of the week. Such a good song. Yeah, timing on it's all over the place, but yeah, to hell with that. Song's a bop. Much obliged, Ashley. Ordered the popping controller, super excitingly aired. Also, wonderful to see you. Much obliged for that, Ashley. Whew. Just about 10 minutes before the hour, so probably like 4 more songs, and then we'll be taking our first stretch break. Let's see. really do like that song. I'm a big fan of the nostalgia version because I think having a piano in it really adds to it. It's a shame that that was his last song too, and also that it's already out of arcade rotation, which really surprises me. Seems to be a little on the late side, and I thought that might have just been Runa vocals, but huh. We'll poke Blue Number, famous last words. And speaking of why is this already out of rotation? That song is super fun. Really surprised that that's already out of rotation. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Might get a song pack as well. I mean, to be honest, I would do it for the game that you've got the controller for, because like, that's the point. But, again, wonderful to see you, Lear. Beat Monty? Or do you mean Beat Mania? I'm just not sure if that's a controller type I haven't heard of. Let's see. One more, then we'll take our first break. Okay, because I keep saying, Lair, because I keep seeing you say beat money and then leaving the A off at the end. So, like, I honestly wasn't sure if, like, that was just a brand of controller that, like, I hadn't heard of. That song's fun. Just spelling. Okay. I'm getting the UB pack. Yeah, for Infinitas, the UB pack is very strong. I'm not sure if there was one for Lively. But yeah, I know that the UB pack for Infinitas was like absolutely fantastic. All right, so this point, it's a couple of minutes past the hour, so we are due to take our first stretch break. So maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, gotten some water. That's what I'm gonna be doing, and I invite you to join me. And remember, folks, if there's someone that you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of "Hey, how are you doing?" Could be a world of difference. So please be sure that you're checking in on the folks that you care about. I'll see all of you delightful folks in 180 seconds. Right, welcome back everybody! Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you so much for being here. As always, whether you're saying hi in chat or if you're just lurking and vibing, or if you're with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. And a quick reminder for anyone that might be new to the stream, because I do see over the break in that last song, a few more folks have tuned in. Please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or get more involved with the music game community. Love you, Shinji. Oh, thank you, Lear. Yeah, again, it's wonderful to have you here. Also, Lear was mentioning, I heard that at EVO, they had everything else, like Poppin' and V-Mania. Yeah, so at large conventions or like video game meetups, like for example EVO, like even though that's really focused on like fighters, like people will often bring other games, and Evo is known for having side tournaments that are very much not fighting games. Like I remember one year, one of the best tournaments in terms of like what happened and folks watching it was a Kirby's Air Ride tournament. Like it's folks that like playing games, and then you have some conventions that get known, while it's not the focus, they're known for always having a large showing of either Bimani or music games. Like MagFest for years was known for having like 15 or 20 music games there, in addition to all of the pinball tables they have. Like it just can be a thing that develops. But yeah, conventions in general, usually you'll either see machines or someone with like an RED and a 2DX setup, or like a popping controller on with the CS games. That's usually pretty common at conventions. So let's see. Nothing in the queue at the moment. So let's keep trying to wake up. We've been a little bit slow for properly dialing into accuracy and being fully up and up today, but that's fine. We haven't played Gene yet, and I know that Gene is different on the normal Hyper and another. I'm gonna quickly replay the normal, and then I think I'll dive into the Hyper right after. Limbo, never was a fan of fighters, but I enjoy SoulCal 3. SoulCal is a good series. I used to be more into fighting games as well. Tokyo Game Action, in addition to having lots of Bimani, they also had a room with, like, I think it was either like 12 or 14 Astros, like, you know, back to back, just like a Japanese arcade setup, with like Third Strike, Guilty Gear, the works. And then even for a couple of years after TGA closed, I still was playing fighters, just because, you know, I was kind of running an arcade out of my house, so I had people to play with in person, because, yeah, delay-based netcode, no thank you. But when I was actively playing fighters, I was into Third Strike and Guilty Gear, and then that was right around just before BlazBlue came out because of the licensing issue and with Guilty. And so then for a few years, I was Third Strike and BlazBlue, and then I also started dabbling in Skullgirls a little bit. I wouldn't mind picking it back up, Skullgirls especially, because that game's phenomenal. But I just, you know, only so much time in the day, and not sure if it would be worth it. But yeah, I'd say that I'm more of a fan of anime fighters. Games like Guilty, Blaze, Skullgirls, where it's like highly animated sprites, and it's usually more about really unique character abilities as opposed to like really, really good fundamentals and then back and forth, kind of like Tekken and Street Fighter. Liard, love Smash fight. How horrible they treat the community. Well, I don't think it's Smash treating the community poorly. It's just Nintendo not understanding how the rest of the world works, and Nintendo just wanting to do whatever they want to do. So, and yeah, I've honestly been debating getting Strive just because I'm trying to remember the name of the person that makes Strive. But for years, folks have said, oh, whenever that person makes a game, we get a really great metal album, and there's a game that comes with it. And I've heard that Strive has continued that tradition, but in addition to Strive just being an amazing fighter, so... Not sure why I had so much timing trouble on that. Strive OST is pretty good. Yeah, so I've been hearing. Also, Annie, wonderful to see you. And yeah, Laird, exactly, like, with all of, like, the Guilty games, and BlazBlue as well, just the music is top-notch. Yeah, if I knew that I had more time to dedicate to it, I would have already gotten Strive. It's just, I'm already split between so much stuff that, I just don't think it would be worth the money. But I'm honestly really happy with how well Strive has been doing. But yeah, also really happy that delay-based netcode is also further and further being seen as, hey, do you want your game to not sell? Like, there's a couple of folks in Japan that are still really stubborn about it, but luckily they are literally dying off. Alright, so let's do the hyper now. Still trying to complete Rez fully. Rez is such a good game. Like, folks think that, like, I know a lot about 2DX. No, Rez. Like, I adore that game. Also, B-Kid, wonderful to see you. Yeah, doing a playthrough of Rez is something I've debated doing on stream for quite some time. But yeah, I've aside from the Dreamcast version, I have literally every copy of that game, and yeah, the amount of trivia and BS I know surrounding that game is uncalled for. Something is up with timing. I need to adjust blue number, because something's way shifted. Ooh, we've also got our first block. Nice, nice, nice. Trying to hunt down curiosity just to have it. Yeah, like, from a collector standpoint, especially with the way that the used game market has been recently. Yeah, B-Kid, much obliged for that block. We'll be getting to that in about 30 minutes from now. First, A, let's see what the hyper version of Gene sounds like, and B, let's also get that sudden offset shift taken care of. Why am I having, like, so much trouble with that? That's it. Surely aired. And hey, Motorhead Betty! Wonderful to see you again! Alright, we're gonna run back Gene in a little bit. First, I need to figure out what the heck happened with my timing all of a sudden. Like, I'm not surprised that we're way late, because usually my offset's closer to 1.0. It's just the past couple, like, honestly, like 2 weeks, it's been closer to like 1.3. So let's, like, really overkill it and just get things properly locked in. Yeah, I'm debating that, Annie. Usually, if it's drift, I'll do a client restart, but if it's just a literal offset shift, then I usually just adjust blue number. At least that's what I found to be the healthier thing. But yeah, if within the next like 1 or 2 songs, depending on results, I might do a quick client reset. Yeah, based on what's happening, yeah, I'm gonna do a quick restart. That is bizarre. Because usually if there's something that happens like this, usually I'll see, during a song, I'll see like a frame stutter or something similar. I haven't had any performance blips. That is beyond interesting. So we'll quickly reset client, and then jump back into things. So, sorry for the temporary pause. And again, Motorhead, wonderful to see you again. And Cleo, great to see you again as well. I hope both of you are having a good middle of the week. Appreciate you making me a part of it. All right, so once we get back into client, I'm just going to do one song as a timing check. Then we'll immediately hop on those requests that just came in, and then at that point, we'll go to Gene Hyper and check that out. I also want to, at some point, hear the another, but I think playing that 12 would, even just for the sake of trying to listen to the song, would not be a good idea. What does it clock in at, actually? 12.1, so not as bad as it could be, but yeah. Come on, client. There you go. Yeah, original Infinitas wasn't too bad, but the 2.0 relaunch, in terms of the like the theme and the BGM, absolutely love it. Actually, you know what? On that note, all right, so let's give timing a quick check. All right. Yeah, we're not quite where we need to be for offset, but yeah, it's stable at this point. Thank goodness. All right. So yeah, we'll hop up. And yeah, we should be able to also do one more lovely too, because that's, while it's a quick chart, it's pretty straightforward. So let's get to it. What the? So it saved all of my doubles, but none of the triples that I did earlier. Huh. Weird. Yeah, something definitely happened with client then. Offset's still a little low, but that's okay. We'll get there. Yeah, much obliged for that Motorhead. Yeah, what a good debut for the Risk Drunk Alias, too. I'm also really glad that the new Infinitas exclusive is another Risk Drunk song. Much obliged for that request, Motorhead. It's been a hot minute, or maybe a hot year, or maybe a hot moment. Who can say, Liard? Let's see, up next, Clear's asking for Catch Me. I don't think so. Um, there's only a couple of Nagero songs because that's the same person for Tiger Yamoto, if I remember correctly. And yeah, just for licensing reasons, there's not a whole lot by them, unfortunately. It's been a hot song. Yeah, you're not wrong. Classic Yoshitaka. So good. And hey, Cuvelia! Jamich! Wonderful to see you both. And Cleo, much obliged for that request. Right. Motorhead, just let me know in chat what you'd like instead of Logic Board, since that's unfortunately not in the game, and we can transmute that request for you. I did want to play Gene Hyper at some point. I just want to get timing a little bit better locked down. So for now, Cuvelia's asking for Raspberry Heart. Yeah, over the past one or two songs, quite a few folks joining in. Much obliged, everybody. Before we jump into some June with the delightful Miss Terry, half past the hour, so about 30 minutes before we take our next stretch break, and roughly 10-15 minutes before we kick off the next song block. Again, appreciate all of you being here, as always, whether you're in chat or lurking and vibing, or if you've got me on the VOD or on YouTube. Thank you so much for making me a part of your day, everybody. I really do appreciate it. Nice. Yeah, I'll take that PB. Did it? Is it a meme chart? Yes. No, here's the thing. You'll notice in my song request, like for the channel points reward, I actually say I select the difficulty. Part of that is because, like, you know, some folks only play singles and they don't know which doubles charts are, like, you know, battle charts and all that. But also, it's to keep folks from requesting specific difficulties because of certain meme charts. Before we get more into this, Cuvelia, much obliged for that request. Able to make that PB happen. So, and yeah, as Andy is mentioning, there is some turntable as well, but otherwise, it is literally all white keys. The Kamikaze DPA is literally just white keys. So it is chords on chords on chords on chords. And it's really difficult to read because it's a whole bunch of like white lines, where's the gap? But then also, it is just a huge stamina hit. I do play it once in a while because, like, for like literally like burning muscle, it's a good exercise. But otherwise, yeah, I usually don't play it too frequently. Having said that, happy to play the song because it's a classic. I'll just, you know, play either the DPN or the DPH. So. And hey, Kitty! Wonderful to see you! Hope you're doing well. Alright, so. Kitty's here. Let's get some Rizlum going. Would S-Random help with that? That's a good question. I'm not sure if it would help with it or if it would just make it even more of a nightmare. I'm a simple cat. I mean, at the same time, like, a lot of, you know, my regulars always request the same song when they initially, like, join in. Absolutely nothing wrong with having either a song that is your go-to or, you know, otherwise like an anthem. Like, nothing but respect for that. Yeah, because what random does is it shuffles the pattern, but anything that was on key A will always be key B. So like 1 will always be 6, 2 will be 5, etc. Like whatever the dedicated changes, it'll be for the whole chart. Whereas with SRAN, it will continually change. So if you had a series of jacks on one key, they'll get spread out. But the same will be for the entire chart. It literally randoms everything. So thinking about like R5 and the roll, it just turns it into an eighth note stream. And it's actually really fun to execute. But like for Kamikaze, you are just going to have chords on chords on chords, and they're going to be all random chords. On singles, that's not as big a deal. On doubles, oh, honey, no. Yeah, that is asking for a bad time. such a good remix. Can we try for science? I would rather not. Because honestly, like, it is literally just likely going to hurt my arms more than anything. And hey, Bitake! Wonderful to see you! Hope you're doing well. And again, Kitty, thank you so much for the request for some remix. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 2 a.m. somewhere. Whew. Alright, 20 minutes before the hour, so we'll do 1, maybe 2 more songs, then we'll kick off our first song block of the stream. Up next, we have an additional from Cleo. I believe this is the video looks like it's Tricoro-ish, but it's from Pendule? Yes! Yeah, and like you said, I know you said some folks aren't a fan of it, but haven't heard it in a while. I completely agree. Like, I personally love this song, but, you know, opinions. Thank you for play. More than welcome, Kitty. 2 a.m. Eternal. Bitake. Worn down as that from IIDX. Nice! Glad to hear that you're getting some good sessions in. And yeah, the upcoming block is a dance block from B-Kid. Should be a ton of fun. And hey, Binky! Hope you're doing well. I see because it's a banger. I know, right? Yeah, I saw that you went live. I wasn't able to tune in. If it was a good session, I'll have to try to catch it on the VOD. Honestly, I'm a big fan of that. I know some folks aren't a fan of it because, like, you know, non-Western melody line, but oof, good stuff. Yeah, much obliged for that, Cleo. All right, so keeping on schedule, I think we'll kick off the next block next. But just quickly mentioning. So in the queue, after the block, we'll have, let's see. Yeah, we'll have IDC for Binky. We've got Kamikaze, Kakame, because, of course, we're talking about meme charts. and some other spiciness. Looking forward to it. Right. Plan stream every Tuesday for 2 hours minimum. Sounds like a decent plan, BitDecay. Alright, before we kick off this block, again, thank you all for being here. Like, over that past song, it looks like we've had quite a few more folks join in. Again, whether you're saying hi in chat, or just lurking and vibing, doesn't change the fact that you're here. Thank you so much for making me part of your day. Same if you're with me on the VOD or on YouTube. And a quick reminder, because it's been a bit since I last mentioned this, if there is anybody new to the stream, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved in the music game community. 15 minutes before the hour, so we've got roughly that before we take our next stretch break. But for right now, we're going to kick off our first block of the stream. So we have a dance block from B-Kid. Reverse order, Dance with Snow Fairies, Dancing into the Night, Last Dance, Zendegi Dance. But first, it's not quite two-step, but it's two-step adjacent enough that I'm so happy the song is here. Such a good song. Yeah, Sour Please for sure. Like, I'm really glad that we do have stuff like that that's a little bit more down-tempo, like that, Stay My Side, etc. Just because it's really fun. And Heartache as well comes to mind, too. Similar swagger as well. Alright, up next to the dance block. Call My Please. I haven't gotten a network error in quite some time. Well, we'll relaunch client, and then we'll get back into it. Not gonna lie, I'm a little glad to be resetting client, though. Because some of you folks know we reset client about like 30 minutes ago because we had a major offset change. And I think there might have been a hair of drift. Like, we were getting offset dialed back into where it needed to be, but I think there was still a little bit of drift. So this actually might be a blessing in disguise. Yeah, I'm really surprised because like I haven't so that error that's just like a generic like couldn't connect to the network error. So usually it's due to timing out, as like a couple folks in chat are mentioning. But like usually, like for one or two songs before I'll have an error that kicks me, like there'll be a significant delay from song end to result. So like I'll know that like something's going on traffic wise, and things have been fine. So I'm a bit surprised by that. Trying to remember, I think it's Cold Cuts that has the Comb My Please. Yeah. I'm still debating making an emote that's just in like a 3x3 grid of letters, like KONMAIPLZ. Still debating doing that. I just don't know how readable it'll be. All right, so as soon as we hit climb, we'll continue on with the dance block. And again, B-Kid, much obliged as always. That's right, BTK, I forgot that you're a mod for Grandpa Cold Cuts. Oh man, so Lambo just brought up the Beachside Bunny, CSP, and DDR Scary. So yeah, last night on Twitter, I was on Twitter for a little bit, and I just got to see people losing their minds over that chart. Cause yeah, on the one hand it's an 18, and on the other, it is a series of decisions that were made, and I am not sure if all of them were a good idea. Alright, so, one down, 4 to go in the dance block, and again, B-Kid, much obliged, sorry for that little hiccup. Up next, though, Scissor Me is an accurate description of that chart. Yeah, essentially. Song is a bop. So good. Yeah, the series of like rapid jumps is the part that has me raising my eyebrows the most at that chart. All right. 2 down, 3 to go in the dance block, and again, B-Kid, much obliged. Up next, we've got Last Dance. before we jump into this, again, quite a few folks here, and it's we haven't said this yet this stream, so a reminder, folks, you matter, you are valid, you deserve to be happy. It is incredibly easy to forget that when you're in the thick of things, because anxiety and depression literally warp your perception and start trying to sell you lies like, oh, you don't deserve this happiness, or things are never going to change for the better, or there's nothing you can do. I repeat this as often as I do in the hopes that when you are in the thick of it, you're able to remember that you matter, you are valid, and you deserve to be happy, so that hopefully you can either muster up the willpower, the energy, the courage, or any combo of the three to keep on pushing. Again, you matter. You are valid. You deserve to be happy. And the world is always a better place because of you being in it. And for what it's worth, I'm incredibly grateful to have you all here. One day we'll get that tripled. For now, though, I'll take that FC, and we're finally getting accuracy dialed back into where I'd prefer it to be, but worst case, it's not the focus of the stream today, but, you know, be nice. Man, that song's actually a little better than I remember. I probably should play that a little more frequently. Much obliged for the reminder on it, B-Kid. Ooh, and we've got our next block on deck. Love it, Binky. For now, though, we've got 2 more to go in the dance block, and then we'll be taking our next stretch break. Up next, we've got Dancing into the Night, classic. Such a classic. Yeah, Sour Please for sure. Like on the one hand, like I'm glad that 2DX shifted more towards like the electronica and like hardcore that it has, but like the first few styles when it's a little bit more R&B and on like the disco funk side of things, good times. All right. DDR got Paradise as well. I didn't hear about that, and yeah, that is hilarious, Javelia. All right, one more to go in the dance vlog. Never expected Dr. Honda to go into more of this sound based on, you know, Parashock Troopers. No complaints, though. Such a good song. I know that the another like singles and doubles is a nightmare, but such a solid song. And much obliged for that Block B kid. Appreciate it. All right. So, at this point, it is a few minutes past the hour, so we are due to take our next stretch break. So, maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, gotten some water. That's what I'm going to be doing, and I invite you to join me. And remember, folks, if there's someone you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing? Could be a world of difference. So please be sure that you're checking in on the folks that you care about. I'll see all of you delightful folks in 180 seconds. Alright, welcome back everybody! Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you so much for being here. As always, whether you're saying hi in chat, or just lurking and vibing, or if you're with me on the VOD or on YouTube, again, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. I hope folks are enjoying the stream and, more importantly, having a great middle of the week. And a quick reminder for anyone that might be new to the stream, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. So, we have some additional requests in the queue to get to. We've got a couple from Cuvelia. We've also got Kamikaze for Motorhead Patty. Up first, though, BitDecay wants us to dip into the rival folder. And Binky is asking for the new hotness from Mad Madism. Let's get to it. Yes, such a bop. Much obliged for that, Binky. My force trying to be not trying to. Yeah, that's one way to phrase it, Lambo. Much obliged for that, Pinky. So next, let's take a look at the rival folder. What have folks been up to? And as always, BitDecay, appreciate the nudge to dive in here. I'll be honest though, I've been pretty good about failing forward. We did a failing forward stream earlier this week, and we also did one last week as well. And I'm debating doing another one either this Thursday or Friday. I definitely want to get Nostalgia squeezed in at some point as well. But yeah, next couple days is going to be Nostalgia and Failing Forward. So, right now though, let's see. A little bit of BitDecay and mainly Decoy. God damn. Jesus. Plus 200 on Decoy. 300! Good lord. Excuse me. Ooh. I think this is the one I've got the best chance on for right now. I got a little bit off during that that second stream. That cost us the PB, but being that close, I'll take that consistency. And also with the timing trouble we had earlier today, yeah, we will take that. Yeah, much obliged as always, Mr. K. Hey, Rocket! Yeah, I know you had that trip to Vegas. Hope the trip in general went well, but sounds like it went well. Especially getting to check out both Cast Tower and on a Lightning Cab. Wonderful to have you here, also. Right, let's see. Up next, Motorhead was asking for Kamikaze. Cuvelia, what song do you intend for that to be? I'm guessing that could be 24-hour endurance race, but I'm not 100% sure, because, you know, a couple things. 10 off for your first AAA? Hot damn! That's awesome, Rockerai! Yeah, you'll get that soon. such a classic. So good. Yeah, strongly agree, Cuvelia. Yeah, Nagiro's definitely one of the artists that is missing from Infinitas and just 2DX in general. Really? That's from Speed Demon? Like, I've never fully seen the video for Speed Demon because, you know, extra peripheral vision. But, oh, good to know. But yeah, again, Motorhead, thank you so much for that. It's a really solid song. Alright, up next, because that came into the queue when then we were talking about meme songs. Cuvelia is asking for Kakame Hyper. Of course, there's also a Kappa after that. You know. Cheers, Bit Decay. Have a good work day. Wonderful seeing you. And Julius, appreciate you tuning in. Hope Wednesday's treating you well. Love the good vibes, as always. Such a good song. Yeah, I think the most infuriating thing about that is that it's not a battle chart. It was Konami trying to make a chart for doubles, and just the wasted potential, because that's such a good send-up of the Revolutionary Etude. Thank you, Velia. Much obliged as always. Hyper 12. Yeah, so, oh, before I get a little bit more into this, Mars, wonderful to see you as well. Yeah, morning's been fantastic. Hope you're able to say the same. So, the Revolutionary Etude by Chopin, which Kakame is based off of, it is very, very left-hand focused. Like, if you really listen to it, or if you just listen to the original piece, you hear lots of these rolling arpeggios almost non-stop in the lower register, and it is literally all left-hand when you're playing it on piano. So, for the Hyper and the Another, they tried to mimic what it was like playing it on piano, which means it is very heavily on left hand, to the point where the DPA, and this isn't hyperbole, I believe it's 75% of the chart is on left hand. It's a 12. So you are like one-handing an SP10 essentially. But the other thing is that it is non-stop, because again, those rolling arpeggios are a continual thing. So for
the almost entire song, it is a non-stop one-hand stream that is extremely, like, difficult. Now, in theory, that's fine, but also, this was early on in 2DX, relatively speaking, and it's one thing to do something that mimics piano. There's been other songs since that have successfully pulled it off. Avant-Garde, Waltz of the Big Dog, etc. But when you essentially just try to take a MIDI file and copy it from an 88 key instrument to 14 keys and 2 turntables, it doesn't really work out all that well, and that's kind of what those charts feel like. So it's really unfortunate. Let's see, up next, Lambo's asking for R5. Let's go. Yeah, let's do the another, because the roll is hilarious. Ooh. So timing's been not the best today, but maybe we can sneak this back from Annie. I don't know. Again, Lambo, much obliged for the request. But yeah, it's similarly, like, the Revolutionary Etude is in Nostalgia as well. And one of the better players, EXP, he frequently, for a while, he was doing streams of him just playing that over and over and over. And he was nicknaming the streams Left Hand Revolution, because guess what? It is, yeah, almost entirely left-handed. It is a nightmare. Oh, come on! I know timing isn't the best today, but we can do a little better on the roll. One more once. Like, I know timing isn't great today, but, like, usually I can at least get the roll. Like, you know, even it's, you know, good city. X to the corner which I was drumming. Yeah, I kind of have something similar. For some reason, I just couldn't, like, 100% lock in Mars. But, yeah, for folks that haven't tried doing that, that's not a bad idea. Much obliged for that, Lambo, even though that was a little bit more of a train wreck than I would have preferred. Alright, let's see. Up next... Ooh, Mars is asking for Silly Love. So glad this got snuck in early. In one of the the startup packs. Such a good song. Now, before we dive into some luscious synth beds, again, thank you all so much for being here. Half past the hour, so we've got about 30 minutes before we take our next stretch break. And hey, Pyramid Pharaoh! Wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much for the follow, and glad you're enjoying my shenanigans. Now, I was actually just about to mention, again, whether you're lurking or saying hi in chat, or if you've got me, on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. And if there's anybody new to the stream here, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is helping folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. Yeah, with how rough timing's been today, not sure how we squeaked in a PB there, but yeah, we'll take it. Again, Mars, much obliged. Yeah, there's been a couple times where like folks have incredibly hyped up a song, and I'm like, what's all the fuss about? And then, oh, that's why. Yeah, perfect example. Such a good song. Thank you for the PB kudos, Lambo. Appreciate it. Yeah, I haven't heard that. But again, like, if it's not something I can actively play, I don't listen to it, so, like, yeah, Cinnobuzz in later, or Cannonball is in later. Like, it's gonna be new to me. Yeah, I'll have to look into that later, Binky. And, Pyramid, so what mode am I playing for two controllers? So I am playing doubles. So, I'm not sure how familiar you are with 2DX, like, I'm assuming nothing. So usually when you play 2DX, you're just playing one half of this controller that I have, because the controller I'm using is an RED, which is basically like a replica of the arcade. So it's usually just 7 keys in one turntable. Roughly 5 to 10% of folks that play, though, play doubles, or 14 key. So the charts that I'm playing are designed with that in mind. The very earlier styles in the game, like 1st through 6th style, there was a mode called Battle Mode, where it's like almost like couples mode in DDR. It's a shared life bar, but it's meant for 2 people. But then starting around 6th style, they started making charts dedicated for, oh, it's 1 person. So that's what I'm playing here. But yeah, if you have any other questions, like, please do not hesitate. And again, wonderful to have you here. And also speaking of, Rachel, Uka, wonderful to see you both. Hope we're having a great middle of the week. And yeah, echoing what Mars is saying. A lot of the folks in chat also play 2DX as well. Most of them play singles, or they play other music games. So yeah, if you have any questions, like, please do not be afraid. Yeah, Rachel, Uka, great to see you both. And again, Mars, thank you for that last request, helping to make that PB happen. Alright, up next. Ooh. So Rachel's asking for Root of Opals. Now I played this, like, I think in the first 30 minutes of going live, and I'd love to run it back, because the song is gorgeous. It's been a frequent flyer for Ashley. Yeah, it's a shame about all the soft land, but the song's gorgeous. And hey, Kev Pancake, wonderful to have you here as well. Thank you so much for the follow. And before we jump into this, quick reminder, just about 25 minutes before the hour, so roughly that before we take our next stretch break, and about like 5 minutes before we kick off our next song block. Probably do this and 2 more songs, and then we'll kick off that next block from Binky. Might have overdone it on Offset for that, but oh man, that song's so good. Actually, good 2DX commentary. I mean, I do my best. But glad you're enjoying my shenanigans, Kev. Wonderful to have you here. Reader Ruins of Opals. Really? I don't know if that's a meme or not. Wait a minute. Is it? I actually forget. Hold on. Who is that? That is Tsukasa Kaminose. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I'm actually, hold on. I'm not entirely sure who that artist is. This might be, like, one of their only entries. Oh, good to know. Yeah, I thought it was an alias, but it doesn't look like that's the case. Huh. Were I ever into the Monty Piano game? Nostalgia! And yes, I actually stream it. There's a Canost version, similar like there's Infinitas for 2DX. I haven't been streaming it as frequently, but I'm trying to work it into rotation. Actually, a little while ago I was mentioning that I was probably going to be doing a stream of it either tomorrow or Friday. Oh, the one before, Keyboard Mania! I wasn't an active player, but that's just because I didn't have access to the game back then. But I have played it on machine a couple of times. It is a trip. I do play piano, and I tried playing real doubles mode on that, and a couple times I honestly just could not read the chart, and I just guessed based on musicianship, because you are just straight up playing piano on it. But yeah, it's an interesting game. I think it was a good effort on Konami's part to try to do a piano game at the time, and I honestly think Nostalgia is a much better execution, because Nostalgia is a gamified version of playing the piano, whereas Keyboard Mania is playing the piano with game elements, and as a result, it's a lot harder to get into. Much obliged for that, Rachel. Alright, so let's do one more, and then we'll kick off our next song block. Kivelli is asking for Rising in the Sun. Very awesome recent addition. At least to Infinitas anyways. Well, it's Nostalgia Machine this past weekend. I'm guessing you were at Uka. Were you at Evo? Because I heard there was a Nostalgia cab there, which is wild. California arcade used to have it back in the day. Which hold on, which arcade in Cali? Granted, I'm in the New England community, but I'm wondering if I've heard of it. Such a good song. Yeah, I heard that there was a lot of rhythm games at Evo, which, you know, not surprising. But, yeah, that 2DX didn't show up, and that, Nostalgia did. Like, yeah, definitely an eyebrow raise. Yeah, I'm curious as to what arcade in California you're referring to, Kev. Because I'm wondering if it might have been like Arcade Infinity or something along those lines. Thank you, Valia. Much obliged. It was AI? Nice! So, I'm not sure if you've heard of Tokyo Game Action, but I was a staff member for that. And yeah, hearing stories from the AI community and back and forth. Good stuff. right. Alright, so, quarter of, so about 15 minutes before we take our next stretch break, but right now, it's time for us to kick off our next block of the stream. So we have a music festival block from Binky. Reverse order, say yeah, make it bounce, hurry hurry, hella deep, but first... Yeah, I do not usually use, like, you know, filthy and dirty as descriptors for songs. But, yeah, for, like, Breakover, Hurry Hurry, and, like, other Masayoshi songs, deliciously filthy. Absolutely love it. Yeah, this is going to be a very fun block. Much obliged, Binky. First Styles, fourth. Hot damn. Yeah, since I was at TG, I got started right at the end of Red and in Happy Sky. I didn't really start getting into 2DX like consistently until like Troopers. Up next, Hella Deep. I love this song, both just because the song is an absolute bop, but we've got Tran vibing out in the video, so like, what's not to love? Wait, nope, I'm thinking of Hurry Hurry. Wrong H song. But that's coming up next, so. Song making me want to twerk. No, that would be Dynamite. But, yeah, similar vibes. Cavilia, thank you for the excuse to play Game Changers at some point. And hey, Yolandre, wonderful to see you. Brand new Megalovania. Yeah, I heard about that. I actually haven't listened to it yet, but I'm psyched to check it out at some point. And Kev, thank you so much for the sub. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And I know Yolandre is just tuning in and saying hi, but it looks like we might have one or two other folks joining in over the past song or so. Again, wonderful to have you all here. Really do appreciate you making me a part of your day, folks. Do hope everyone's enjoying the stream and, more importantly, having a good middle of the week. Is this game on PC? That's a fantastic question, Pyramid. So, if you're curious about Infinitas, which is the Canost version of 2DX, there's a series of Canost games, which are like basically arcade games available on PC from Konami. The way most of the Canost games work is there is a large default song list, usually 150 to 180 songs. Then every month there's a subscriber song that there's like one or two subscriber songs depending on the game. If you're actively subscribed, then you just get them. Otherwise, they're unavailable until either like 6 months or a year later, in which case then you can unlock them at that point. There are also song packs that you can purchase with money that will also get you songs. Infinitas is a little bit weird because it was the first Canost game that Konami did. So the way that they had it is that it was a smaller song list initially, but there was a giant number of songs that were available that you could unlock with bits. Bits is an in-game currency in Infinitas, and you can only get bits by playing. You cannot purchase it with money. You have to play the game in order to get bits. You'll notice in between songs, I'm toggling a mission for like getting a certain number of grades or getting certain grades. That's what earns me bits. Usually every month, in addition to the 2 subscriber incentive songs, there would also be 3 or 4 songs from older styles added to the songs that were bits unlockable. In recent months, they haven't been doing that, and I have a feeling they're going to be trying to phase out the bits grind in Infinitas, because the other Canost games that have launched in the past couple of years don't do that. Recently, the default song list that's available, they also made it much larger. If you take a look at the guide that I linked in chat, that is a guide for getting into Infinitas. The big thing for trying out any of the Canost games, because all of them have a demo mode that you can try out for free, both just to see if it works on your machine okay, or with your controller and all that, is to make sure that the Japanese eMuse account you're creating is a Japan region account. And that guide goes over everything in detail, screenshots and all. I actually helped update it last year. But anyways, the other thing is that there is a lot of folks will have their own like spreadsheets or lists for tracking what they have bits unlocked and bits unlocked. I've been playing Infinitas long enough where I happen to have everything unlocked. But the song list I use, which is the second link I just tossed in chat, you'll notice on the left, there's a column that says origin, and that says how you get that song. So all of the default songs, those are songs that you just have all unlocked immediately. Typically, when you unlock songs, you're not unlocking the entire song, you're unlocking a difficulty. So just the single and doubles normal, or the hyper. With the defaults, you have all 3 charts available immediately. There's also all of the subscriber songs, and there's also then all of the bits songs. I haven't updated the list to more accurately reflect which ones are new defaults as opposed to bits. Some of those bit songs are now default songs as well. And then you'll also see all of the song packs towards the end. The bad news is, and this is true for all of the Canost games, not just Infinitas, the song packs up front are very expensive. Infinitas, it's $15 a month US, and the song packs are typically 30 songs for $60, so it's about $2 a song. Now, the upfront cost, yeah, that's very high, but think about going to an arcade and either doing like 50 cents a game or $1 a game. You could easily spend like $30, $40, $60 in a single day at an arcade. Whereas $15 a month and then occasionally paying an additional $60 for an all-you-can-play buffet, like it is a lot more cost-effective than going to an arcade. So for a lot of folks, like myself included, it's my preferred way to play 2DX. So yeah, the upfront cost of those song packs, no joke, but it is worth it in the long run if this is the main way you're going to be playing the game. And I know that we've been chatting for a little bit, but fantastic question. Thank you for asking. And if you do have any other questions, either about Infinitas, the Canost games, or like 2DX in general, again, anything, please don't be afraid to ask, because helping folks out is a huge part of why I stream. And just catching up on chat, I see a few other folks jumping in with similar answers and advice. Love it, and thank you. And yeah, Yaladri, that the guide works for the most part for any of the Canost games. It's just some of the nitpick things, like some of the settings menus, it doesn't fully cover. I actually want to get a guide out that covers the Canost games in general, because it's a frequent question I get, and it wouldn't be too hard to make. And then Kev Pancake, do I have the details for my setup? I do. The PC list and the controller, that is all up to date. And it in that same section on my about page on Twitch, it does have a link to the exact controller I'm using and the spring and switch setup, which is Sanwa's Omron's 100 over 100. And yeah, I know that that's a very heavy resistance. I am a functioning psychopath that plays on 100 over 100. Super informative. Thank you very much. Just got a music card and grinding at the arcade. Awesome! And yeah, more than welcome. Again, it's a fantastic question. But yeah, like if you're going to be more playing in the arcade, then also getting into a Canost like may not be worth it, because you know the arcade costs plus the $15 a month just for the base song list, and then eventually you might be getting song packs. But let's say if at the arcades you're focused on games other than 2DX, like you go to the arcade for DDR or like U-Beat or just like some other game, and then 2DX you play at home, then yeah, it might be a great idea. Worst case though, if you also just want to see if you want to get into 2DX in general, there's also BMS. So Dance Dance Revolution has Step Mania, the fan-made engine, and like you know step charts, etc. 2DX has what was Lunatic Rave and now is Beta Raja, but the that whole community is known as the BMS community because that's the file associated with it. The link I just put in chat is a guide for getting Beta Raja and getting it up and running. So if you want to just see if 2DX might be a good fit for you, that's also a completely free way to do it as well, because in addition to, you know, by nature being free, the amount of music and content in the BMS community is incredible. In fact, in the past 5 years, a lot of new artists in Bimani games are folks that have been very popular in the BMS community. There's a ton of legit, completely original music up for grabs in the BMS community, and it's also completely free. And yes, Pyramid, there is a Canost version of Sound Voltex. That was the second version, the second game to get a Canost one. And it actually has some of the most crossover with the arcade. The Canost games do not share score data with the arcade games, but Sound Voltex does have importing and exporting for scores. It's one of the friendlier ones if you play both at home and in arcade. And yeah, you're not overtaking the stream at all. Like, whenever anyone asks that question, if I can help folks get into these games, that's a huge part of why I stream. And, you know, most of my regulars in chat know that. And it is always a valid question. Because even without the language barrier, like, these games are tricky to get into. So anything I or my community can do to help folks out, it's a pleasure and an honor. And speaking of community, if you're on Discord, highly recommend that Discord. It's Too Early is a wonderful Bimani streamer as well, and the community there, luckily he lets me piggyback off of it. So if you've got follow-up questions later, feel free to DM me, or you can also join that server. That server is a very large collection of non-Japanese Canost players, especially for Infinitas. Also, Devil Dude, I know you're on vacation. Saw that message that you found an A20 machine near you. So happy to hear about that, and appreciate you joining in for a bit, even on the hotel Wi-Fi. All right, so quite a bit of chatter, but again, completely valid. So yeah, absolutely no regrets. Let's continue the music festival block from Binky. Let's slap some more keys. Such good bass. Just quickly looking at chat, make sure we're caught up. Alright, so we are in the middle of a music festival block, and again, Binky, much obliged. It is a couple of minutes past the hour. Normally we would take our next stretch break at this point, but we had some chatter about getting into Infinitas, so we've got 3 more to go. And then we'll be taking that break, so probably taking that next stretch break in about roughly 7-8 minutes. Up next, we got one more Masayoshi song. We also get to see Tran vibing out in the video, so love the song. And yeah, I know we've had a little bit of chatter, but again, thank you all so much for being here. Really do appreciate it. Hope everyone's having a good middle of the week and enjoying the stream. Nay, 68K, wonderful to see you. Yeah, IDC has been a very frequent flyer, and no complaints, because it is a bop. Yeah, wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing well. Those execution errors might have cost us that PB, but still, I'll take being that consistent. And such a bop! Yeah, like a lot of Kiveli's mentioning that she loves the video of that song, celebrating all the characters in 2DX, and yeah, a lot of Rootage was 2DX send-ups, and that is absolutely one of them, and yeah, I love it too for exactly that. So, up next in the Music Festival block, we've got Make It Bounce. Again, thank you much obliged for the blog. such a bop. It's course case, so no surprise, but still. Yeah, I haven't really looked at a whole lot into tete-a-tete just because the odds of me getting to round one anytime soon are not that great. I've been hearing some mixed stuff about it. Like, some folks love it, some folks are kind of eh. Julius gotta run through the stream. Love the vibes. Have a wonderful rest of your day as well, Julius. But yeah, that chart's really fun, Kev. Like, there are some doubles charts that are just incredibly fun to execute. Especially turntable juggling. Like, on singles, mass madism is usually a nightmare, and on doubles, it's a joy. Like, rapidly going back and forth. It is one of the selling points for playing doubles. Alright, last but not least, we have Say Yeah! This was the other Korsuke one more extra stage from Pendule, if I remember correctly. It was this in Reflux, if I remember correctly. Ooh, we haven't normal cleared this. Hold on, what's this clock in at? $10.7. Huh. Haven't played it in a while. Let's give it a shot. was hoping to hang on to the A, but I'll take that +8. Man, those right-hand flourishes after the breakdown are brutal. I am going to quickly mark that for run back so I don't forget. All right. Whew. And again, Binky, much obliged for that block. And hey, Udo! Wonderful to see you! Hope you're doing well. Whew. So it is about 10 past the hour, so we are a little overdue for taking our next stretch break, but again, we had some amazing chatter, thanks to a question from Pyramid Pharaoh, and again, thank you so much for being willing to ask, and more than happy to help. But for right now, it is time for us to take our next and also last stretch break of the stream. So, maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, gotten some water. That's what I'm going to be doing. and I invite you to join me. And remember, folks, if there's someone that you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing, could be a world of difference. So please be sure you check in on the folks that you care about. And I'll see all of you delightful folks in 180 seconds. Alright, welcome back everybody! Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you so much for being here. Whether you're saying hi in chat, or just lurking and vibing, or if you've got me on YouTube or on the VOD, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. Really do appreciate it. And a reminder, if there's anybody new to the stream, and we do have a couple new folks, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get involved in the music game community. So I normally stream until 12 o'clock Eastern, 45 minutes from now. We'll probably go a little bit later, probably maybe up until 12:30. So let's get to slapping some more keys. So up next, Yaladra was asking for Black Jackal. You know, some folks are kind of hit or miss on this song, and I can understand why, but great stuff from Cater Complex. Also, Motorhead, I do see that moment of positivity. I just want to play one, maybe two songs to get in from the break, and then we'll kick off that moment. That's a 39 miscounts. Let's get that hard clear. We can totally get that. I'm going to quickly run that back without hard bar and mark that for runbacks later. Oh, that's upsetting. Yeah, we'll get that sooner than later, though. Alright, I've got that marked for runbacks. I'm just going to very quickly run that on normal bar. Sorry about that. Really, Cuvelia? Interesting. I wasn't aware of that. I could see some of like the synth stabs, because yeah, they are a little higher pitch. So, and Safari, wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Yeah, I'll take that +8. Good stuff. Much obliged, Audrey, helping to make that happen. Also, Janice, I'm guessing for that request, I believe that's a lyric from Chewing Good. If I don't hear from you, I'm going to assume, Chewing Good because reasons. Whew. Yeah, we'll take that +8. Good stuff. Up next, got a request from Devil Dude. Right, and before we jump into this, Motorhead wanted to give a reminder to everybody, and since we have some new folks in chat since we last mentioned this, remember, folks, you matter, you are valid, and you deserve to be happy. Please do not let anyone else tell you different, including yourself, because again, in those trying moments, your perception is going to get warped, and brain spiders are going to try and lie to you and say that no, things can't get better. You don't deserve to be happy. You deserve to be unhappy, and all that other nonsense, to put it politely. Please, please, please remember that that is not the case. And any effort you're making is worth it. Even if, yesterday was a 4 out of 10, and you're able to make today a 4.1, that's still progress towards things being where you'd like them to be. Do not undersell the efforts you're taking and the success that you are achieving. Again, you matter. You are valid. You deserve to be happy. And the world is always a better place because of you being in it. And what it's worth, I'm incredibly grateful to have you all here. That song's so much fun. It's really fun for the hyper as well. I haven't tried the another yet, but I imagine it's similar. It's good stuff. Much obliged, Devil Dude. And it is Japanese. Yeah, because I saw the Tabetai, and my Japanese is awful, but I know Taberu, so that's what I figured. Yeah, more than welcome, Devil Dude, and again, enjoy the vacation. Appreciate you tuning in. Whew. Right. So yeah, up next, James is asking for Chewing Good, which, was rightfully hyped up for quite some time. song's super fun. Much obliged, Damage. This chat we stand Torietta. Yeah, like I haven't heard a whole lot by them, but what I have heard has been, yeah, all A+ material, if not better. Lambo, asking if I've seen the PTB for Dead by Daylight. Yeah, Wesker looks hilarious. I am very excited about that. Alright. Up next, I only request the Safari is here, so, pretty sure y'all can guess what we're about to play next. Such a shame about this song, because it's a great track. It's just, you know, the charts are dumpster fires. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to install the PTB. I think I'd rather just wait for it to come out normally. But yeah, I am very excited. I was watching Otstarva's review of it, and I will agree with him that both the killer and the survivors seem to be more advanced. Like, they're not necessarily beginner friendly, and it's not often, you know, that games will do that. But once in a while, like having something that caters to more, you know, advanced play styles. It's nice to see, especially with the hyper focus perk. I'm real curious to see how that one pans out for folks. Almost had PB. Yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, especially for all the timing trouble we had earlier in the stream. Like, the past, like, 30, 40 minutes have been, like, really on point. Yeah, not everything has to be PBs. Like, minus 44, that's a percent, maybe 0.5% off. Like, nothing wrong with that consistency. Whew. Much obliged as always, Safari. Not sure I'd say it's the best song in 2DX, but I'm not gonna fault someone for standing it. It is absolutely solid. And yeah, the source of any 7-Dan player's nightmare. I love how Infinitas was the first time I've ever had to actually deal with the Safari. For years, I used to make jokes with friends saying, well, I mean, if you just want to not have to deal with the Safari, you can always go to doubles, because it was never in doubles Dan courses. Alright, so up next, we've got some additionals in the queue from Qvelia and Rachel. And a reminder, folks, we're going to be wrapping up in about 45 minutes. Usually we wrap up at 12, 30 minutes from now, but ran a little late with that last stretch break, and also quite a few folks here, so I don't mind running a little over. Again, if you have not yet requested anything, there's a 50-point song request for a reason. I want to make sure everyone, newcomers and regulars alike, can request something every stream if they want to. I'm mentioning because in about 15 minutes, we'll kick off the next and last block of the stream. And then after that, if there are still any 50-pointers in the queue, I will play all of them. It's just the 500 additionals that, no promises. But that's like 45 minutes from now. But just Trying to make sure the word gets out. So up next, Cavelli's asking for Chaos Eater. Relatively recent song in the grand scheme of things, but I'm not sure when I've last played this. This is Nekomata, right? Yeah, it is Nekomata. Huh. Let's go! Ooh, that's an 18 miscount. I'm gonna stay on hardbar for now, but we might mark this for practice or runbacks later. Even DP players aren't safe. Yeah, at this point, unfortunately, I'm so glad that I managed to get 8th Dan first try in Infinitas, because it's the it's at the end of 8th Dan, if I remember correctly. So yeah, so glad we got that in one shot. Oh no, it's not at the end. I think it's in the middle, because Last Striker was the end song. Actually, you know what? I want to triple check that. 1 second, folks. It was, let me see. Oh, I'm looking at singles. Yeah, it was 8th Dan. Yeah, it was third song, because 8th Dan is Gold Rush DPA, Snowstorm DPH, Safari DPH, and then Last Striker DPA. Yeah, I'm so glad I got that in one shot. I had a lot of trouble locking into that. Yeah, I'm gonna mark that for runbacks, because we can absolutely further improve that, and with a little practice, get that EX. That's definitely gonna be worth practicing too, because some of those up-front flourishes were surprisingly tricky. Yeah, much obliged, Juvelia. Alright, so 20 minutes before the hour, we'll do like 2 more songs, and then we'll kick off the last block in the queue, which is going to be very spicy. But for right now, Rachel was also asking for a request saying, I feel like I'm being stared at. And yeah, we haven't gone to a park and gotten stared at by LED. So Ooh. It's the only non-Safari request you're getting. I was about to say, because I was looking at chat real quick, and like both you and Lambo have your usernames in red, so I thought it was Lambo, and it's like, oh, well, hi there. But hearing Nekomata got me in a Nekomata. Honestly, because like, yeah, name a bad Nekomata song. Like, nothing wrong with that. Motorhead, Patty, how does one eat chaos? Asking for a friend. Yeah, I was going to say, like, Safari, breaking character. Jokes aside, though, yeah, absolutely. You haven't played Chain of Pain in a bit, and it's very, 2DX in regards to, the last 4 to 8 measures are brutal. But yeah, before we get stared at by, LED, again, thank you all so much for being here. It's just been a little bit since I've last said this. Again, whether you're in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you've, got me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me a part of your day, everybody. I really do appreciate it. And again, for anyone that might be new to the stream, if you do have any questions, please do not be afraid to ask, because a huge part of why I stream is helping folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. Ooh, Kev, was that meant to be a request? I'll toss that in the queue for you. Whew. Yeah, honestly, like, I know we've been memeing on it recently, but yeah, really strong song from LED, so much obliged as always, Rachel. Alright, so, I do see we've got a couple of, ASAPs coming in on the queue. So let's do one more, and then we'll do the next to last block of the stream, and then after that we'll take care of any other 50 pointers that are in the queue, along with maybe a couple of additionals. I know the additionals aren't guaranteed at that point because we'll be trying to wrap up somewhat around that time. But Chain of Pain, I'm definitely going to give that a run through because it's been a while, and yeah, I agree. Now I've got that on the brand as well, so just a heads up on that Safari. Whew. Yeah, much obliged, Rachel. So yeah, one more, and then we'll kick off the last block. Pyramid Pharaoh is asking for Urban Constellations, and yeah, Jamich might stand Toriana. We stand Dirty Androids. Let's go. So good. Just incredibly chill. And I've mentioned this a couple times too. There's a really strong underlying bass in this. Not a bass line, but just like a bass bed. And that's honestly not common in a lot of 2DX songs. Usually it's like actual bass lines. So the fact that like they were willing to not only have that bass bed in this, but it's also boosted a little, love it. Such a good song. And I know I'm not the first to say this, but like when Dirty Android started out, it was like, oh, they're like Daft Punk adjacent. And like very quickly, they went more into like liquid drum and bass, and then, oh wait, nope, we're future bass now. Nope, we're back to like, they've shifted genre so many times, but they are always nailing the execution of whatever genre they're doing. Absolutely love it. Yeah, much obliged for you, McFarrow. So just quickly catching up on chat. So clear riding a motorcycle. Maybe some ideas. Yeah, we could go with something more on the hard rock side of things if we want to go for that vibe. And I can think of a few things. Back in the day, really easy for the... Right? Like, I love how one of the actual customizations for the shutter is a towel, because towel mod. Alright, so it is time for us to kick off the next and last block of the stream. One moment while I take care of a couple things behind the scenes real quick here. Alright, so up next, we've got our last block of the stream for today. It is a Kaiden block from Cuvelia. So, reverse order. We've got Exten, Cuvelia, Almagus, Bad Maniacs, Mendez, and Scorpion Fire. I might drop one of those, just to keep it 5 songs. And I think I'm going to drop Bad Maniacs, because that gets played pretty frequently compared to the rest of them. And yeah, going to be doing a lot of DPNs and DPHs for this. But I might give Almagist another shot, because that's a mental block that we need to get over and finally get on the books. But up first... Oh boy. Such a good song. Had to do that when doing old CS releases. Yeah, that sounds about right, Uka. Oh, he locked a song back for TJ. Yeah, I heard about that just before going live today. That is absurd. Kiveli's mentioning how for the there's a song pack for DDR that's locked behind buying a $130 soft pad, which yeah, we are now seeing a very nice revival of memes surrounding Indonesian VPNs. Yeah, 'cause that, like, I want to really try to support Bimani as I can, but as Okapi put it during one of her showcases for a charity marathon, as much as I hate and highly question Konami's business decisions, Bimani is a wonderful thing. I was hoping for a little better execution on that. So just before the really rapid chords towards the end, there was a section that I normally do much better on. It was just super sloppy. That aside, though, decent run otherwise, and gorgeous song. So, 1 down, 4 to go in the Kaiden block. And again, Cuvelia, I hope you're okay if we skip Bad Maniacs for now. We might play it. We'll see. Up next, got Mendez. Yeah, I do feel like a lot of the songs in this block also really helped set or raise the bar for what boss song experiences were going to be, too. Really? We still don't have this FC? Let's see if we can fix that. Feels like I could use a little bit of a breather because I slightly overextended on Scorpion Fire, trying to make up for that section that I was sloppy on. Yeah, talking about loving Bimani but hating Konami and saying, amen. Yeah, exactly, Cuvelia. The way I've always phrased it is, like, typically when, like, if someone has cancer, like, a very small percent of their body is a tumor and, like, you know, is a problem for the rest of the system. Invert it. One small part of the body is perfectly healthy and you absolutely love it, and the rest of it is not all that great, and it's just a matter of time before it overwhelms the good section. That's kind of how I think of Bimani and Konami, and yeah, I am... I like to have existential crises once in a while of, like, when is it going to finally happen? "2VX, they're doing pachinko, let's go." Like, on the one hand, like, yeah, that's a joke worth making. Like, especially, like, with what happened with Castlevania and Silent Hill. But like, name a popular franchise in Japan. It has either a pachinko machine or a pachi slot machine or both. Like, I really don't see what the big deal is about that. I think the bigger issue is that Konami has those IPs and they aren't really doing anything with them. Like, I'm thrilled that recently Konami's been letting their IP out to other folks, like, for example, the Pyramid Head and Silent Hill crossover in Dead by Daylight. There's been some other similar situations where they're letting other devs make new games in those IPs. I hate seeing those IPs not doing anything with how great they are. That's the bigger issue I have with Konami more than anything. That's a little upsetting, because that was absolutely just a goof on my part for the FC. But also, I noticed 2 key on left side absolutely double fired, and I've seen that. Like, I'm not sure if it was like me or like actually happening, and yeah, that's definitely happening. So I'm gonna have to take a look into that. Ooh. Phoenix Equals, not sure about the Resident interface. Well, I mean, at the same time, one thing to keep in mind is they've made a major resolution change, and similar to like when Tricoro came out, which was another similar situation, they kept it a little bit more simple, and a lot of folks like share this opinion, which is why I'm echoing it. It's likely just doing something a little bit more basic so that, you know, folks can get used to the change, and then they'll go forward with more colorful stuff. Because remember, not every cab's a Lightning cab. Like, not all the machines are as standardized as they normally would be for an arcade game. So that is worth keeping in mind too. And yeah, Jambit's exactly right. Folks forget that Konami's main bread and butter is gambling equipment, like actual gaming equipment. They've also got a little bit in the med industry too, but Also, Girl81, wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Appreciate you making me a part of it. Alright, so 2 down, 4 to go. Yeah, I think we'll do all 6 songs, because, Cavelli is one of the oldest regulars in chat, so I think she's earned a 6-song block. Plus for the theme, yeah, it's completely on point. So we've got these 4 to go. Then at that point, we'll do any 50-pointers that are left in the queue, along with a Chain of Pain, and we'll see what other shenanigans we get up to. For right now, though, let's slap some more keys. Up next, I would have said Rest in Peace, Terranoid, but talking about Resident, we have a Respect for Terranoid song. That's okay. We've hard cleared that. Whew. Yeah, the miss overlay for Bad Maniacs is perfectly on point. Love it. Come on, Mai. Hey, thank you. All right. So, halfway through the Kaiden block. Yeah, I don't think today's the day, because I've actually got a little bit of fatigue kicking in. Having said that, though, let's go whole ham. So we've got this, and then two more, and then at that point we'll be done with the Kaiden block. And again, just reiterating this to make sure that if you haven't yet already, please make sure that if you want to request something, you do. Those 50 pointers are still open for a reason. We'll happily play through all of those once we finish up this block, along with I only request the Safari breaking character. And again, thank you all so much for being here. I do hope everyone's been enjoying the stream and having a good middle of the week. There's a couple of minutes past the hour, but we've got 3 more songs for the block, and then probably like 3 or 4 more after that, before we'll then wrap up and find someone to raid and all that nonsense. So probably like 30 more minutes. But for right now, oh boy. Oh, yeah, that felt awful. Yeah, for a couple months, we were super close to getting that, and Groove Gauge kept freaking us out, and that was before we had that ability to turn it off. One day. Alright. 2 more to go in the Kaiden block, and again, Cuvelia, much obliged as always. And up next, we've got the namesake. Only a matter of time. Yeah, that's the hope anyways, and appreciate the encouragement. Just realized I forgot to turn the Groove Gauge back on. Oh, come on. Just gonna take care of that real quick before I forget. really solid song. I know some folks were not a fan of that being the one more extra for Linkle, and like I know Todd Strebe was the go-to nomination instead. But opinions on that aside, that's a really solid Taka Boss song. Just so cleanly produced. And like usually Taka arpeggios just feel over the top and unnecessary, but those like actually flow with it. So good. And also, if you're a fan of that song, if you haven't heard the Bimani Symphony series, the arrangement this got is phenomenal, because some of them are just, oh, what if an orchestra was playing the song? This actually takes the melody and then builds on it. Like, it actually does try to do something transformative with it. It is amazing. Alright, so we got one more to go in the Kaiden block. Thank you, Velia. Much obliged. So, I've only played Extend a couple times. Like, I'm still kind of doing blind plays on this in terms of, like, not knowing the song. But it is a... Right, it's an 11.6. And, yeah, stamina-wise, I don't think that's a good idea right now, so we'll just do the normal. Also, Motorhead saying, someone asked me once how to progress in 2DX, and I just said, metaphorically, imagine you're trying to break down a brick wall, you can only break it with your head, keep bashing until it breaks. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Like, and that does sound a little discouraging, but, like, one of the things I love about this game is that if you do put in the practice, you absolutely get rewarded. Like, yes, the initial getting into 2DX, like, it is a little bit harder than some other music games. And yeah, the gaps in difficulty once you get to 7s and up, like, yeah, the jumps in difficulty are hilarious. But, like, let's say you're having trouble with scales. If you play nothing but scale-heavy charts, you're going to get better. Similarly, if you're trying to, let's say, you know, you're like me, where you're into, like, high 10s and easy 11s, and then you do nothing but play 11s you have trouble reading, you're eventually going to break into them. Back when I owned a machine and had a, you know, kind of like a mini arcade in my house, the slogan was, if you're passing the song, you're doing it wrong. Like, you know, think about weightlifting. If you do nothing but 20-pound dumbbells, eventually you're not going to build more muscle. Eventually you have to work with 25s or 30s, even if it's incredibly difficult or it doesn't feel productive.
Emergency. Emergency. 2 people of the Kaiden are accessing everybody. Please prepare for a strong shock.
Almost had a PB. I'll take that minus 14 though, especially since we're still learning the song, to be blunt. Good stuff. And yeah, what a boss song for Rootage too. I remember hearing a lot about that when it first dropped in Rootage years ago. Good stuff. And again, Cuvelia, much obliged for the Kaiden block. Alright, so at this point it's quarter past the hour. Normally we wrap up the stream at noon, 15 minutes ago, but I did want to go a little long today. So, up next we've got a couple of 50-pointers in the queue. I've also got 2 additionals that I do want to get to. One for My Only Request This Sorry, the other one from Motorhead. However, if you have not yet requested something, even though we are wrapping up soon, again, that 50-point song request is there because I want to make sure everyone, regulars and newcomers alike, are always able to request something every stream if they want to. If you just want to continue, vibing, you do you, fam. Just making noise so that way, quote-unquote, last call doesn't catch anybody off guard. So, up next... So, Kev Pancake was asking for something from Distorted. Actually gonna give the wheel a look through, because there's a couple that I would, default to, but I want to see if there's something else that I might want to play instead. Yes, I was really tempted to play, Ganymede, because, Genbu. But I don't think I've played this in a while, and I'm really in the mood for it right now. Such a bop. Really do wish that we had a return to that. Because I know right around Distorted was when Soda shifted away from electronica and then did vocal trance for a while. And then around Tricoro Spada went back to doing electro. But imagine if we had a disco funk revival from Soda Fujimori. We got another song like Kind Lady or With You. Oh man. Good warm-up on Distorted. Hey, I'm glad you liked that. Yeah, it's honestly a great song. But yeah, the streams for the bass solo is really good on the DPA, and it's just a really approachable song too. Like 4, 7, 11, like those are just really good difficulties, especially like for warming up. Yeah, depending on what level you're at. Ooh. Yeah, much obliged for that, Kev. So up next, Girl 81 is asking for System Romance. Some of Yamoka's strongest. Let's go. Such a good song. Much obliged, Girl 81. Also, just catching up on chat real quick. Really just play more, push your limits when you play. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is also setting expectations. Like, the most important thing is that you have fun. It's a music game. So, if you're having fun is passing new difficulties or, like, getting new lamps, then, yeah, make sure that you're pushing yourself. Whereas on the inverse, if you just really like the music in the game and you just want to, you know, vibe to, you know, certain artists that you like, also perfectly fine. But let's say you're trying to progress in like difficulty levels and then you never play those harder difficulties, or you just, you know, enjoy the music in the game and then you keep going for harder charts, like you're gonna have a bad time. Like, I think it is also part of you know, making sure you're setting appropriate expectations in addition to following through on them too. Also, Uka, I do see that request for need an excuse. Yeah, we haven't played Rampage yet, but thank you. So, up next, 68K is asking, or more accurately says, hit me with that lovely trans pop. Was Nichiro distorted as well? Yeah, such a strong style for songs. Alright, so after this, there are two additionals in the queue that I do want to get to. One from I Only Request the Safari, requesting not the Safari. And then Motorhead Patty asked for a song that you could play while riding a motorcycle. So I think after this, we'll do those two. And then at that point, we'll circle back to Rampage. just thinking about like older style Yoshitaka, like not before, like after like kind of like the two-step and R&B, but before Hard Renaissance, and like this High School Love, just really strong material. Much obliged, 68K. And beating me to the punch, Ashley mentioning, or Ashley's saying Yoshitaka's weakest pop song, but still good, and often gets overshadowed by High School Love. Yeah, like, I do think High School Love is the stronger song. I'm not sure if this is his weakest, but then again, he also didn't do a whole lot of pop. Yeah, like, it's still an easy A, maybe even an A+. It's so good. Yeah, that whole transition period, 68K, like, we got things like Darling My Love, DANCE, then Nijiro, High School Love. We also got, oh, what is it? With Kanaka Hoshino in gold. Like, amazing. And then right after we get, you know, a sequel to Contract, and we get Vanessa, and then all the Hard Renaissance stuff after. So good. Also, Riku, wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, much obliged for that request, 68K. Alright. So, up next, we've got two additionals that I do want to get to. And then, yeah, I think we'll circle to NNRT, and then you're giving me an excuse to play Rampage. So, I only request the Safari. He's requesting not the Safari. Because we did a Chaos Eater, and then that got a Chain of Pain on the brain. Yeah, I haven't played this in a while, and it's a really great song, and I think it's the only Nekomata Korsuke collab that's been done. Wish we could EX this, but almost all of those misses are in the end. It's very much a programmed world scenario. Kivelia, have a love-hate relationship with Nijiro. Killed me on 4th Dan in Infinitas a few times. Ooh. Yeah, that is rough. I know, like, sometimes Dan courses can have that effect, like, the Safari. But I also know for a while, like, Okapi despised Euro Romance thanks to, 6Dan. And I know a few other doubles players are not a fan of, Satellite for similar reasons, which is a shame. And that's a good question, Ashley. Asking if transpop is a misspelling of transpop. It could be. Like, you know, it's kind of hard to confirm that. Like, there are some confirmed typos, like waxing and wanding. A lot of folks initially thought that it was a D there, so that way it was wan, because then that's similar to one, because then we also got eyes and time to air, which also had numbers. So people were thinking it was part of a series, and nope, it was just a typo. So yeah, good question. Christ. That felt like a really sloppy run, and we're only 38 off PB? Yeah, sure, we'll take that. 60K, so obsessed when it came out. Yeah, this was an amazing Gold CS song. Really glad that this got AC revived. And Safari, much obliged, because, yeah, that song is so good. The long version is also really good as well. I believe that's on Nekomata's Raindrops album. See, the Raindrops or Backdrops, forget which. And also, talking about trans pop, Key Value symbolizing his shift from R&B and pop to 500,000 hard Renaissance songs. Shred Golden Cross. Yeah, for Infinitas, that's likely not happening because Remocon and Jazz Rock. But yeah, I strongly agree. Alright, up next, Motorhead Patty's asking for a song you can play while riding a motorcycle. I think this will fit the bill. And before we get our ride on, half past the hour. Again, thank you all so much for being here. Whether you've been saying hi in chat, or just lurking and vibing, or if you've had me on the VOD or on YouTube, again, thank you so much for making me part of your day, everybody. I really do appreciate it. Hope the middle of the week is treating you all well. So after this, we've got 2 more in the queue. And then after that, I'm probably going to be playing one other song for me, and then we'll have our final incandescence and find someone to raid. However, if you have not yet already, 50-point song requests are still open for a reason. That's to make sure everyone that wants to can request at least one song every stream, no matter what. So even though we're wrapping up soon, I will happily play any and all of those that hit the queue. Similarly, if you're okay just vibing with what's being played, you do you, fam. Just ringing the bell for last call, essentially. Plus 30. Love to see that. Good stuff. Much obliged for that, Motorhead. Appreciate it. What a good pick. Excellent. Glad we got the bullseye on that. Yeah, so Mutsuhiko Izumi normally did music for the Drum Mania and Guitar Freak series, but this was a crossover that he did. I believe it's actually... It originally came out in 2DX first. But yeah, really, really good sound, I think, too. And hey, Gurumi! Wonderful to see you! Hope you've been well. Yeah, for jump style endurers, I think we'll do glare. But up next, Rico is asking for NNRT. I know I've been inconsistent on the DPH. Stamina's also starting to kick in, so I think we're just gonna play the song for now, because I think it's one of the more overshadowed boss songs from Linkle. Such a good song. I know we haven't played it in a while, but PBs are PBs. Doesn't matter if it's old scores or if it's, an improvement on something new. PBs are PBs. We take those. Whew. Much obliged for that, Riku. Alright. So, we still have Uka giving me an excuse to play Rampage, and Q-Valia giving me an excuse to play Game Changers. But first, Gurumi says, any jump style enjoyers? Hi. Yeah, I'm tempted to go with Bitter Chocolate Striker, but yeah, let's just go with Glare. Let's go with the new hotness, relatively speaking. The Waltons. Guessing that's a show in the UK, because that's not ringing any bells for me. But yeah, Sour Please. NRT is such a good boss song. Just lots of other S-tier stuff surrounding it, which is unfortunate. Ooh, single-digit goods. Fantastic. Such a good song too. Really reminds me of like the Striker phase that LED was in, when a lot of songs were like either named Striker or their long versions were the something Striker. Great stuff. It's much obliged, good to me. It was an old US show. Really? Oh, I'll have to take a look into that, because, yeah, that doesn't ring a bell for me at all. Alright. So, up next, Uka's giving me an excuse to play that song that, makes me bop around like a Muppet. It could be the song, or it could be the chart, but who cares? All right. And again, if you have not yet requested something, the last chance to do so. I think we'll close the queue after Rampage. So if no other 50-pointers come in after Rampage, then at that point, we'll be playing Game Changers, and then we'll have our final incandescence. And again, thank you all so much for being here. This stream today has been wonderful. Such a good song. And yeah, perfect example of why I'm a fan of Seisho and Lapis as well as Usao. Like, all of their hypers are just a joy to execute. The others, to a degree, but almost all of them are a little too rip and tear for me. But that's a problem for me to deal with. It's definitely both. Yeah, you're probably right, Uka. And again, thank you for the excuse. Alright, so, at this point, yeah, let's start wrapping up the stream. So, before we have our final incandescence, though, yeah, haven't played Game Changers, need to play Game Changers. Right, Softland?
explosion of sound. Are you ready?
Absolutely love that song. Ooh, all right, so at this point, I think it's gonna be time for us to wrap up the stream. Before we do that, though, of course, first we need to find someone to raid, and we can't forget to do shoutouts and thank yous. But before any of that, first, as always, it's time for a final incandescence.
Burning. Burning.
Decade later, still absolutely in love with that song. All right, so that is going to be the stream for today. Thank you all so much for being here. As always, whether you were saying hi in chat or, just getting your lurk on, or if you've been with me on YouTube or on the VOD, really do appreciate you making me a part of your day, everybody. So we'll be live next tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern. I think for tomorrow we'll do some Failing Forward. And then on Friday, we'll get some nostalgia in. So we are overdue for nostalgia. But for right now, before we find someone to raid, I do want to take a moment to say thank you to everybody that did de-lurk and say hi. As always, there we are. As always, I do track all of this midstream. So if I do miss anyone or anything, please forgive me. But without further ado, let's get started. Lambo, right at the start. So happy to hear that you and Moonbo now are doing well. Appreciate you tuning in. Trooper Oda, also great to see you. Ashley, wonderful to have you here. Hope the middle of the week is treating you all right. And Silly Liard, congrats on the popping controller. I know it's only just been ordered, but still, that is huge news. Annie Meowsers, wonderful to see you. And B-Kid, always appreciate the work and lurk, and also the 2DX dance block. It's a ton of fun. Motorhead Patty, wonderful to see you again. Hope you're having a good middle of the week. Cleopatra, hope you're also equally as well. Cuvelia, always wonderful to have our favorite healer in chat. Jamich, much obliged. Kitty Catastrophe, hope you're doing well. Bit Decay, I know you've headed out for the rest of the workday. Hope it's treating you kindly. Binky, wonderful to see you again. and hope the job hunt is going well. I know I've got my second interview tomorrow after the stream, so fingers crossed for both of us. Rakurai, wonderful to see you again. So happy to hear that trip to Vegas went well. Julius, I know you're also headed out to the rest of the workday. Doesn't change the fact you were here earlier with some delightful positive vibes for everybody. Always appreciate it. And Mars BMC, wonderful to see you again. Pyramid Pharaoh, wonderful to have you here, stopping by for the first time and following. Also had some fantastic questions about getting into 2DX and the Canost games. Love to help folks out. Rachel, wonderful to see you again. And Uka, appreciate you being here. Kev Pancake, also new to the stream. Appreciate you stopping in. And also, not only following, but subscribing as well. Very generous of you. Thank you so much. Yolaldre, wonderful to see you again. Devil Dude, I know you're on vacation and the hotel Wi-Fi is likely given up at this point. You still tuned in for a bit to try and say hi. Thank you so much. And super psyched to hear about the DDR-A20 machine you found. 68K, wonderful to see you. And Udo Octum, appreciate you saying hi as well. I only request the Safari breaking character today with a Safari request and Nekomata. Jokes aside, wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Girl81, appreciate you tuning in. Always happy to play System Romance. And Riku, great to see you again. Also, Gurumi Sunday. And right at the end, Restartsy, wonderful to see you. No, you didn't come too late at all. Any time that you are willing to make me a part of your day, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if it's the entire stream or just 1 or 2 minutes of it. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. So, that should be everything and everyone. So right now, let's refresh Twitch and find someone to raid. So again, we'll be live next tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern. We'll be doing some Failing Forward. And then on Friday, we'll be doing some Nostalgia. But for now... Ooh. Hold on. I'm going to triple check that they're still live because it's on the preview, it's a blank screen. Wonderful! So a good friend of the channel, Lambo, who was here earlier, they're streaming some in Infinitas right now. And I know that they're also trying to make that hustle towards affiliate, so if folks could come through on this raid, please and thank you. So again, I'll be live next tomorrow, 8 a.m. Until then, whenever I see you next, please take care, be safe, have a wonderful middle of the week. And for now, let's all go say hi to Lambo. Cheers, everybody!